Justin, what up, what up? Hello, hello. Let me set this for all. Happy Memorial Day. Thank you, Jim. Bucky's, that's right. Spencer, what's going on? I'll drop this down a little bit. Summit dude. Oh yeah, that we had a little bit of rain earlier this morning. Um, it made a mess of everything. Who's that, Sandy? It is quieter. No doubt. So now I get to work on my projects. Yeah, I heard her last night. She called and um, I sent her some messages this morning of what to look for and whatnot. But we'll just have to see how it all goes, how it works out. Um, it's not that the system isn't working. It's that there's configurations that have to be set so everything works. I had it configured when she left here, but my sneaky suspicion is when she ran the generator, she had the engine running as well and had it set to all. And then the inverter will see power coming from the alternator, and that won't charge the battery bank batteries. And what happens is it shuts off the charging function in the inverter because it's getting AC power from the generator, which will pass through. But then it also is going to get, it's seeing DC power come up off the engine battery if they're set to all. And that then shuts off the charging function for all of the batteries. Yet it's still using all of the power for the box fan or jack recharging, the air conditioner that's pulling 16 amps continuous, up to 20 amps at its high load, and you're running that through a generator that can only produce 16 amps. So you've got more draw than you have total battery load. If you remember, I could weld, but as soon as I went over 16 amps, the welder would shut off. So when you're drawing that much power, you're at a break point where the power coming in is not going to be equal to the power going out. It's going to deplete everything. And if the settings aren't right, then that's the problem. So, we talked about going with the bigger generator, the 3500, which is preferable. It also has the auto start feature. But that was supposed to be for another time. We'll see how it works out. As far as the engine stuff, the thermostat was properly installed. We all, talked about what we needed to do to fix the cooling issue. It's going to continually get worse. I think it's actually leaking, like from between the intake manifold. You see here's where the intake manifold meets the block. I believe it was leaking there. The head gasket, you could see where the head gasket was deteriorated so bad that it probably is part of the failure in that corner. Who knows? My big suspicion is that her fan clutch is bad. With the elevated temperatures that we've had the last 5 days, there's probably a really good chance that the fan clutch is the original part without having the shroud and everything around it sealed to the radiator because it was all zip tied together and broken. There's probably a huge issue with that as well. So I never accepted the invite to the page. Yeah, I did it. I actually went to the page. Remember, you sent me the link, and then I posted 3 videos. So take a look at that, Charles. And it was great talking with you on the phone. Another great guy, Charles, is going to post a link to the Facebook group or page that he created. So, oh yeah, that's fine. Again, I'll have to deal with that later. But what I'm doing with this is, um, a customer of mine had us pick this boat up about 8 months ago. Um, and as my schedule's been so crazy busy, this is the first time I've gotten a chance to get to it. This boat is for sale. It's a 28-foot chaparral. These boats came with 305s and 350s. Um, This is the Volvo. This is the Volvo Penta or Volvo drive system on it. The SX drives. They're great drives. So it had the very underpowered, underwhelming 350s or 305s. He had a shop up north. Um, put these twin BluePrint Racing 383 engines in here, which obviously give you a lot more torque and power. And then install the Holley Sniper EFI systems. Well, their wiring is atrocious. There was wires left over. There's electrical tape on leads. There's wires going in and out of stuff over there. This engine over here, I've already mounted the relays up. I've raised everything up. I've put it in loom holders, and pretty much have this engine almost completed. I'm gonna finish this engine today while you guys watch, and then what I'm gonna do is get it ready, put some more coolant in it because this one's a little bit low. That one's a little bit low. And then tomorrow I'm gonna put this in the water, and then I'm gonna tune the Sniper EFI systems so this thing can make some serious power. We'll probably get about 350, 375 horsepower out of these engines by the time we're done. And this boat ought to haul some ass. It ought to go about 75, 70 miles an hour, something like that. We'll see what it does. All right, so I see some comments. Aloha from the Big Island. Hell yeah. I'm not worried about crypto. In fact, I actually bought more this morning. I'm buying on the dip. 88 Cardano, I'm buying up all I can. So yeah, most definitely buying more crypto. Let me send Gail a message. Actually, I'll just call her. That's always easier. People blowing up my phone. Now live. Any other questions? Been raining in PA for 2 days. Yeah, and it's going to rain some more. Because we just pass that stuff up and send it to you guys. All right, let me get busy on this thing. So, what I got to work on right now is these are the fuel pump control wires. And they're coming from this harness over here. They were passed underneath a couple harnesses over there, and that made it excruciatingly difficult. Let's see if we can change this view so it's easier. Trying to see what the best view would be so y'all can watch this without me getting in the way. Nobody wants to see my fat ass. That's for damn sure. Alright, let's see. Yeah, this one's zoomed out. That's as zoomed out as it gets. Problem is, if I turn like that, you guys can't see. You know, at Lake, I'm probably going to Lake Wateree tomorrow. So I'm not sure what the reception is going to be like tomorrow. I know the reception here is usually pretty sketchy. Let's move this light. Oh, there goes the light. That's better. Other than my fat ass in the picture. So I've already cut this blue wire here, and now I got to cut the pink wire. And what it is it's caught around this wire here for the sonar, and then they just left several wires here clipped and cut and not connected to anything. And then over here, this is the wire for the coil, and that's all just jacked. So I think I'm gonna cut this pink wire a little further up the loom so I can get to that easier. If anybody can't stand to see this painstaking surgery, trust me, it's not all easy all the time. Let's get this one out of the way. And get the timer back around. Clip this one. Now, see how this is being done? Alright. Now, this toy out. Since we got gasoline and all sorts of stuff in here we can't use. A torch, which is what I usually use if I'm not in the boat. Alright, so now that wire, let's undo this one. Alright, now those two wires can be happy and together. Let's see, that's not going to be big enough for... Yeah, it might be. Oh, look at this great little union. Look at this. This is the shit that I'm dealing with. So we can't cover this one up yet. Let me move this fan real quick. Does the real name appear with the super chats once you get paid? No, it doesn't. Not that I know of. Yeah, my mobile phone is definitely going to have better coverage because that's where the source, I mean, that's getting Wi-Fi and 4G. The tablet doesn't have its own SIM card, which I probably need to. Jenna's getting anxious. What? Jenna. Luckily, what? Luckily, you don't need a junction box like house wiring. No, but this vehicle does have one. This boat does have a junction box. All right, so now we got to take this out. That's just, let's take the tape off and look at this. Jesus, this is a mess. This is why this thing is so... Oh, look at this shit. This is why boats blow up. They've got automotive. Look at these connectors. Look at that. That's not even a blade connector. See that? They took this and stuck this in there. No heat shrink, nothing to keep it from corroding. Just garbage. Absolute garbage. It's just, it blows my mind. Oops, that one. Rebound. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. All right, now that's a good crimp. Come back with some heat. And now it's heat shrunk. These are the connectors I'm using. Let's see if it'll focus. Focus, damn it, focus. Like a Japanese man having sex. Focus. Anyway, you can't see it. I get these at Harbor Freight. They're actually great. They actually have the epoxy that melts inside, completely seals it right up. And they're cheaper than buying the marine ones, and they're as good a quality as anything else. Shielded barrel connectors. Yes, that's definitely the proper term for them. And then here, this is such a mess. There's just no simple way to do this one. It's like the deeper you get into this, the worse it is. I hate electrical tape. Here's another one done just like that. If the wire just pulled right out. Nothing I can do. Cut it. See if we can get terminal end on that. This might be a little large to go in that hole. Oh, it went in. I didn't even have to grease it. That one popped my knuckle. Alright, that one is done. Man, I'm afraid to open that one up. No, it wasn't a quick fix. It was a quick progressive engineering. I mean, it's just shitty work. Yeah, it is beyond lazy. I agree. No. These engines are built. I believe it's in Oklahoma. Look up BluePrint racing engines. They're the same engine at the same company that gave the engines to Cletus or Garrett for his what was that, for the Camaro, the burnout Camaro. I forget what he calls that car. What happened with the bus? We're still working that detail out. I still have a lot of projects that's included. That's a sharp knife. Alright, so we got these two are now done. I'm really afraid to look at that. Take that and zip tie it so it can't get pulled on. No, solder connections are not. Okay, so the problem with solder connections is that, yeah, you can do the solder seal. I know that they're out there. They're decent connectors. The problem is that the solder never has a mechanical bite and never has a mechanical grip. And in the AC 4313, which is the guidebook for all aviation connectors, practices and everything for doing anything aviation related, solder connections are not recommended. Solder connectors can get cracked and have issues if there's not the proper strain relief. So when you crimp a connector, you have now a mechanical grip because the wire's been crimped, but then you also have the shrink and seal. On a solderless connection where you have just the solder soaking in there, yeah, you have the grip of the heat shrink, but the actual connection can become embrittled due to vibration. So it's not an accepted practice for aviation, and I base everything, if I was doing this and I was flying, there's no place to pull over on the side of the road. You know what I mean? So I do everything to aviation standards on everything that I do, so that I'm always a step ahead of what I would need if I was ever going to get an inspection, or someone, Coast Guard, were going to look at this. And believe you me, I know people in the Coast Guard that have boarded a vessel, looked at an engine, and seen really, really shitty work, and the people had their vessel fined, and he hasn't ever told me that he's impounded, but he has fined people, which they end up having to get it repaired before the vessel will get a continued Coast Guard certification. And it's for your own safety. I mean, God, I can't get over how some people can take such crazy shortcuts sometimes and do things that are so dangerous. It doesn't make any sense to me. It really doesn't. Here's a trick when you're dealing with a zip tie. You take your flush cutters and you just do a pull like that, and you can always get an extra tooth or two to tighten it up so they don't come loose. So now these two wires that are bare, I'm hoping that they're all parallel together. So I'm gonna take a little sheathing here and cover them up. Let's see if they stay together. To really go all the way. I got all the way to my connector up here, and then it stopped. So I can get past this connector. Zip tie on that and hold it. What airplanes have I built? I've built a Lancer 360 Mark II, a Lancer 4P, a Lancer Legacy. I've built a Harmon rocket. I've built an RV-8. I've built and flown an RV-3. That's a single-seater. And that was my experimental aircraft. Then I've built, I worked for Gulfstream. I worked for Dassault Falcon. I worked at the Dassault Falcon in Delaware, installing winglets on the aircraft and what we call straps in the spars of the wings to increase the strength of the wings. I worked in Georgetown, Delaware, installing long-range fuel systems so that the jets could fly across the United States or across the pond without needing any kind of refueling or stops for that, for extended flights. I worked for part of the Alphabet Soup in Hagerstown, Maryland, building custom aircraft for the military. And I worked in Savannah, both at Gulfstream, Bombardier, Savannah Air Station, and for the military for Lockheed Martin. So yeah, I've got a vast aircraft background. And then I had, yes, I'm an AMP with an IA and an ME for mechanical engineering. And then when I had my shop in Houston, I had a hangar. I had a 17,000 square foot hangar at Houston Southwest Airport for several years. That was kind of our race shop and aviation shop back in the mid 90s. And then when yeah, I was at Dover. I was at Dover a lot. You know exactly where Georgetown is, right? You get right off of 1. I was right down there. And then I had my own shop in Houston, up at Tomball at Hooks Airport for quite a while. That's when I was teaching my daughter how to fly helicopters and other aircraft there. And that was before she was even 15 years old. At 13 years old, 14 years old, my daughter could fly a helicopter left, right, back, forward, up, down, sideways. She could do anything with it. She could fly. I had a buddy of mine with a Starduster 2, which is a 2-passenger biplane, fully aerobatic, and she could fly the wings off of that before she was 15. By the time she was 18 years old, she had all sorts of flight training, and it was really, really remarkable. Okay, so that is our fuel pump line. That's now brought back here. I need to go out to the shop and go pick up some more. Look at this excess shit bulb. It's like, what in the world? I have no idea what that's going to, but I'm gonna leave that one alone. Oh, that's going to the light up here. So if I put all this extra just for the light, this goes to right here. It's just a light. And that's wired from the factory. That's just stupid. That's the wiring for this light here from the factory. With shitty connectors. I just don't get it. I'll probably end up cleaning that up because I don't like the way that looks. Mile High Club. Yeah. Bucky's is so much better than Sheets. It's not even remotely comparable. Not even close. It's just, yeah, it's a whole completely different. God, this is such a fuck up here. I gotta look at this. I can't not. These are the two wires going to the fuel pump themselves, and they wired them in with the same colors. It's like we use purple wire for everything. I mean, I went to LSU and I'm not putting purple on everything. Look at this shit. This is such bullshit. Oh my god. The knife out. All right, before I undo those, I'm gonna go get some more of this tubing from the back shop so that I can see there's a hole here I can tie that into so it will never move again. There's a hole here for this. See, these are supposed to be down here, tied in like that. While I'm at it, let's do it. Alright. That's somewhat secure. I'm gonna give you some more tubing. Y'all chill out for a second. I'll be right back. Wawa is great for coffee. I would put Sheets. See, Sheets has got some good benefits too. I put Sheets and Wawa and Royal Farms all in the same group. Bucky's is like if you had Walmart, a Pilot, and Bass Pro Shops all in one. That's Bucky's. But Bucky's has 150 pumps. They're clearing they're laying 18 acres of concrete here in Florence for the Bucky's here. I'll be right back, guys. Oh yeah. Now we have more. Now, that one is done. Ouch, that hurt. Alright. So this, we have exposed wires. Where we have exposed wires, I'm just putting block off caps. So we have two exposed wires. Now, I will see if I can get both of these bullets into one each ring. Alright, you probably can't see this. It's got a yellow wire mixed around with my pink wire. And the yellow wire is connected over here to the coil. use it or not. And this bottle, check that ass. Woo! Oh man, that's such bullshit. Jesus. This is so frustrating. Alright. First off, I need to get this wire away from oh my god. This wire was rubbing directly on the shift linkage. Or not shift, but the throttle linkage. So what I'm doing is I'm going to pull that inward a little bit. And it's sandwiched directly under a rubber hose so it can get real nice and hot. Shitty work all around. Heavy Chevy, no, this is it's a customer of mine's boat. It's been a project. We just had no time to work on it the past 8 months that it's been here at the shop. So it's been tons of people. So what he had done is, these were originally 350s or 305s. He had bought a pair of BluePrint Racing 383s. Had a shop up north in Rhode Island do the swap out and add the sniper fuel injection, and their work was just horrendous. I mean, it's shocking how bad it is. There's wires that I've pulled out that are just nasty. There's connectors that, I mean, automotive connectors, this kind of shit wrapped up with tape where it literally just pulled right out. The wire pulled right out. I'm now brokering this boat. It's for sale. The owner has bought another boat. This one, actually, when it ran, it was so fast his wife was afraid of it, and then it goes like 65 miles an hour. So I'm going through it. This engine I've got pretty much complete. All the wiring's been redone on that engine. I'm now cleaning up this one to make this engine better. This needs to spin because it's just gotta have it so it's right. It's just all around. This is a much better. This 383 engine's a solid engine from BluePrint Racing. 4-bolt main block, 383 stroker. Guys who know Chevys know how that happens. I'm just redoing all the wiring for the fuel injection system. I'm going to clean up some of the other wiring and cables and whatnot. And tomorrow I'm going to put this in the water and hopefully tune it. We'll probably fire it up on the hose a little bit later. Once I get all this done, James is going to run me some more coolant. These have closed cooling systems, so they use fresh water from outside going through a pump down here on the crank pulley to circulate water through the tower here. And of course, this is the overflow. But yeah, and these also have oxygen sensors. That's why these have the threaded bolts up here. It looks like they just used a threaded rod to put this on instead of actually getting the right size length bolt like you'll see over on these other risers over here. These are the correct bolts. This is some galvanized threaded rod. So who knows how long that's going to last. I'll probably put a wrench on this and see if I can turn it and make that last a little longer. Snap my 9/16. See, I'm missing James today. He's got his son. This is where we usually work together. Well, I'm inside the boat working. He'd be somewhere else. Oh, Tim Kennedy's doing live. Badass. Hello, Marissa. Alright, well, I need to get a 1/2-inch wrench. What are the questions? No. No, Jenna, we're not. Hello, Pamela. Looks like the boat doctor is in, that's right. Yeah, the plastic ones work really well. Yeah, and cloth would definitely hold moisture. Moisture holds corrosion, and with wiring, that's a bad thing. Thank you, Jenna. Thank you, Jenna. All right, so let's see. How can we untuck this? Let me get this loom up. That's the factory. How much space do we have for that? And that is going all around the back. See, this is where it's just a nightmare. At least this has got a plug on it, so I can separate that. Put these two together. Now pull one of these out. These are cool. These are expensive. They have the screw hole for mounting right in the top. They're crazy expensive. It's 20 bucks for a pack of those. Any questions about all this? Randy, what's up? Randy's in the house? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Who had a little baby in a car? Oh, on live patrol? Yeah, it's it, TJ. It's a mess. The guys who installed these engines in the Holly sniper system did so with electrical tape and automotive connectors. It's just insane. It's just insane. The shitty workmanship is just, yeah. Now I'm cleaning it up and fixing a bunch of them. Like, I'll get to these in a minute as soon as I get these hung up. this plug out of the way. That's funny. That's awesome, TJ. That's hysterical. James actually is offered. I haven't taken him up on it yet. He offered at the Morgan, but she didn't take him up on the offer either. I've been in the car with him when he's gotten a call and had to deal with what the other officer was working on, but yeah, I would want to grab a weapon. Here, let me help shoot this guy. You know, that's where that's why it'd probably be a bad idea for me to do a ride along. So where is this going? Look at this. Look at this. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. What is this coming from? This is my oxygen sensor wire. And that's going all the way around the back of the motor. This is such a clusterfuck. I mean, seriously. Fucking clusterfuck. The only reason I don't want it like that is because that's going to be in the way of my linkage. Let's bring it under this. Look at all this extra. I mean, they could have depinned this and made that so it worked better, but no. So this one, I want that wire all the way back here.
enough. Alright, so these are just going to be connected together. Meanwhile, my knees are digging into these water pumps, and it just feels so wonderful. Arms are too big to fit in here. Come on. This is not easy. There we go. Hey Brian, nice to see you're online. Yeah, weight reduction, that's for sure. Put some holes in them. Google remove the real guns from Super Chat? What is that? Resistance is good. Always fight the resistance. Yeah, I'd have to get the fucker started. It hasn't run in a while. Oh, that's what transmission is. How do I have 8 mentions? Yeah, I heard from her last night at midnight. And she was having issues, cooling issues. Then again, this there's a hose close to the pulley. Which one? Hello? Oh, hey. You mean this? That's the oxygen sensor wire. Food? Awesome. What's this? Tea? Food? Antifreeze?
I think that's the right one.
It looks green.
Oh, I did too.
Okay.
I'm going back to Walmart now. This one that Judy has the.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm live.
I'm violent.
Food! Lunch break! For the starving. How do you do? Dun, da, da. Oh, yeah. She's still in pain, but she's a trooper. It's Schlotsky's. It's always good. All right, let's get back to this. No, she probably knew I was online. And owns a bass boat? Yeah, what's that meme? Good woman wanted. Please send pictures of bass boat. Because this is a data cable, I am going to loop it. You can't cut these. Not with any remarkable success. And yes, I'm just throwing these outside the boat because you don't want them to fall anywhere in the boat, because then they end up blocking the drain plug or getting caught in a bilge pump, and that would be bad. So we'll take this one, we'll loop this one opposite. Like that. And then we'll plug them in. We'll put the male into the female. Nice little positive click there. Hell yeah, brother. And now clip the end. And tuck that down here. That's my coolant temp sense line. One of these together. Come on now. Come on. All tidied up. Now we'll get to fixing these. We're gonna do one at a time. It's raining on the other side of the shop, but not here. That's crazy. All right, let's look at this abortion. Here it comes. Now it's raining on this side of the shop. You know, hear the rain? All you people in PA sent this rain here Better have given me a thumbs up. Wow, this is some ghetto shit here. And if you live in a ghetto, well, you know, not my apologies. Not my problem. Woo-hoo. We're going to cut this nice little solder piece of shit out. You don't see that? Will it focus on that? Nope, probably not. Solder. Yeah, this is for people who like to solder. Throwing that out. Probably gonna start getting water draining from because the bow of this boat is outside in the rain. No doubt I'll have water draining in here. Now that's the proper way to do that. I gotta send this. Take a picture of this shit. Oh, Kristen Bell made. What is she reading? The Code Line to the American Mind. That's what she's reading right now.
using a jackery and a box fan.
Oh, that's it. How many people here watch Deadwood? Yeah, Kristen Bell. She's married to Dax Shepard. She's also from me. Yeah, and I haven't had any problems with layoffs in the aviation. I just got, they just took our jobs and gave it to a bunch of contractors. That's all. All right, let's fix this one here. Oh, and somebody had asked about the soldered connections. I have them. I just don't use them on critical engines like fuel injection and stuff like that. I have a full assortment of them. I use them on like stereo stuff. I don't know if that will fit in there or not. Let's see. Oh, that was hot. Oh yeah, that'll fit in there. No problem. Stupid sharp knife. Harbor Freight, 2-for-1 deal. Alright. This again. they don't go in, there's a reason. The reason is that the blade is pushing. Never force an electrical connector. Oh, they pushed it out. Alright. That has a hole. We will zip tie that fucker in there so it can't move. If I was doing this, I'd remove every single one of these things and put Deutsch connectors on it. And if somebody wants to buy this boat, I'll give them that option. It'll cost them a few grand, but I'll give them that option. Alrighty. So pretty much we have tidied up just about everything we can. Fix the wiring to the fuel pump. Fix the wiring across the back. Take another picture of that. Still one thing that bugs me. This. Hey, this is unnecessary. This is just going to a light right here. This is totally unnecessary. And it's just two wires. can make that. That one. And that was the yellow wire. How short do we want to make it? Let's do this.
Now we're in weight savings mode. Go ahead and set this in the jaws. The jaws of light. Alright. We will cut this one. Look at that weight savings. We didn't need that. Alright, now let's shrink that. This in the tube. Mind you, this is the factory wiring harness. They did that from the factory. Is that crazy? Of course, they make these harnesses on these really big looms, and somebody in production probably changed where they put that light. So that's going to change everything. Up there's Gail Brock, Peter Brock's wife. Hello. No worries. I've got some laundry that needs to be done too. So if you're in the area, but you're in the Vegas area and that doesn't help me. The one with the C8, I would be honored if I could deliver that one.
I think that would be a fun haul. Oh, we could talk for hours then. Captain Mike. Well, tell Captain Mike to call Captain David, and we can talk. Tell him I'm not a shrimp boat captain, but I know how to drive one. But if he can wait. Okay. All right. Well, I'll be more than happy to do that as my return for coming back from California. I'm wrapping up this boat that I'm working on right now. I've got one I got to deliver to Maine late this next week, or middle of this next week, probably Wednesday or Thursday, and then I'm coming back here to grab the other one that's going to go to California. So it would be within 2 weeks. Well, this next week I'm going to Maine, so it would be, or this coming week, which is what, after Memorial Day weekend. So I got to go to Maine. So it would probably leave probably the middle of the. I'm not looking at the calendar. The following week I would be there because I have to go deliver that other boat. You know, like the first week of June, whatever that is. I mean. Yeah. 6-9. No. Yeah, so as soon as I can get back from the one in Maine, I'm grabbing this other one that's going to California. So it's only 3 or 4 days for me to get there, depending on, because it's a pretty big size boat, and then I of course turn around and come see you guys. See if that works for him. If not, you know, sorry, but I know that I could do some cool pictures. Is the car coming to your facility, and I'm picking the car up with the trailer, or am I? Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. Is it a race car, or is it just a C8 that he's doing a driving school with? Okay, alright, cool. Tell me, you guys, somebody who knows how to handle that. And get some good pictures of it getting loaded up. And then I'll get some good pictures of it getting dropped off. That one's going to Wisconsin, right? Okay. Alright. I'm still waiting to hear back from Arthur whether or not he can get the one from Indiana, but we'll figure that out. I'm just trying to do what I can do with my schedule. Not a problem. Yeah, I guess that would be bad. But, you know, I look on U-Ship and I always tell people to look at the cancellations. Anytime you recommend that, they have to look at the cancellations for the shipper. And you'll find that, wow, this guy's truck breaks down an awful lot. He's got a lot of family issues. So, but right now I'm wiring up the Holly systems on these twin 383s we dropped in this boat, so having some fun. I'm going to put this on the water tomorrow and tune it. Yeah, it will be. Alright, I'll talk to you soon. No problem. Bye-bye. One of my sponsors, Diode Dynamics, out of Missouri, is having a huge sale, 15% off on all of their really killer LED and HID lighting systems. I just got that ding and notification. The person I was on the phone with is Gail Brock. She's married to the more than famous Peter Brock. GM designer of the original Stingray Corvette, and they have a pretty special Corvette C8 that's coming out there to do some track days at Pahrump at the racetrack, and they've asked me if I will deliver the Corvette back to the owner in Wisconsin in one of their brand new AeroVault trailers. And if you don't know what an AeroVault is, someone can probably post a link to it, but if you go to AeroVault on Facebook or look up Aero. No, soldering is not a legal connection in any aviation usage, or anything that's moving. I'm trying to catch up. Joella Clements, yes, hello, Joella. I'm trying to catch up, guys. Who's that? Pass for Pets. Wilkes, Wilks, no E. That's that John Wilkes Booth dude. Royal Farms has good rotisserie chicken, but then again, so does Buc-ee's. Depends on how much gas one can expel, doesn't it? I don't know what the furthest Buc-ee's north is. Yeah, they opened up one in St. Augustine. They opened up one in Daytona Beach 2 months ago. No, Wawa does not own Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's is owned by a guy named Beaver Appling. I've known the guy for 30 years. Phenomenal guy. Started with one small gas station in Texas and just grew from there. There's actually two in Georgia. There's one at Warner Robins, and then there's another one that they're building right now. There's another one that's in Leeds, Alabama, right there by the racetrack. Chevy, I'm late to the party. No, this is... Oh, I already answered that question. I'm trying to catch up with all these. Hello from the Bronx. No idea why she'd go super south, but it is super hot there. But the issue is it's super hot all over the country right now. This hour has been brought to you by Bud Light Platinum, the closest thing you can get to drinking water. The only standard for me is chemistry, isn't that the truth? A lot of people don't understand standards in chemistry. See, this is what... Why make that hose go through the fuel line? Does that not make it... That just... This is one of those things that I look at and I go, are you kidding me? Seriously. I mean, how much harder would it be to do this? Oh, look at that. Now, doesn't it, it just irks me to no end. No end at all. And then there's nothing holding these on. I just pulled that right off easily. Ooh. Now I feel like Morgan. Just kidding. Good. There's nothing on there. So if there's any air leak here, this won't pull coolant into the engine as it's designed. This is really piss poor. That needs to go all the way over there. These are plastic fittings, so you have to use zip ties. But zip ties are fine for this because it won't allow the hose to pull over the barb. Like I said, this is the best way to do this. You put this here, pull it, and that gave me 1 click, 2 clicks, 3 clicks. Now that works. I still want to just put a little zip tie on that. Nothing tight, because this has got to be able to expand, but just to tidy it up. Doesn't that look cleaner? Seriously. Okay, we gotta put this back up here. There's the original hole. And these don't have to be tight because they're only holders. So we just pull them like that so you can wiggle it around. Take the screw, grab the screw gun, go back into its original hole, and drop the screw. Oh shit. Dropped it. That's why we have this. Alright. Go back with the right side screw. Alright, there's one. Let's tidy that up with one more. Once again, I'm not tightening these tight. I'm just putting them on there snug so the loom can move. We're using stainless screws so they don't rust. Let's see, where do we want this one? Just like that. Perfect. Doesn't that look better? I think so. I think that looks a whole lot better. Plug wires down here that are rubbing on stuff. That. Let's go over everything. Make sure I don't have anything left. Pretty much have this engine is done. Let's put a zip tie on this one. All right. Now I've got to hook up the charging cables for the battery charger. I need to clean this bilge area out. Got to add coolant to that. And then look at all those cables. There's nothing I can do about the push-pull cables in the back for changing gears and all that. They're just a freaking mess. And there's just no simple way to fix that right now. I got to hook the water hose back up for that flush out right there. It's disconnected. Wires under the belt. Under what belt? We've got all those are done. We hooked up all that stuff. Kristen Bell is very attractive, especially in person. How many shirts does Dave own that have not been freebies? I bought the Bucky shirts. I'll even buy Bucky's. Do it like this. Do it like that. Do it with a wiffle ball bat. So I'm on the run. The cops got the gun. And right about now, it's time to have some fun. The Kid Ad Rock. Yep. I know my Beastie Boys. So we've got this all. Now I gotta clean up this mess. Hook up the batteries. Pull this puppy out and run it. And it ought to be fun. You see, they're BluePrint engines. That's their dipstick. That's a white power sign? What's a white power sign? What's a white power sign? Thumbs up? Oh, the A-OK. Yeah, the OK sign. It sure is. That's what the English say it is. You can't do thumbs up or OK. Now, if you take the OK sign and turn it upside down, that's a... Why is it doing that with the comments? That's crazy. Yeah, you take the OK sign, you turn it upside down. That's a completely different sign. In Europe. I don't care what they do in Europe. Fuck Europe. Alright. I don't know why this thing keeps jumping around and jumping the comments around. That's weird. I don't know why it's doing that. Totally weird. Alright, let's get some more zip ties. Go back here in the back. Get down in here. Alright, that does not need to be on anything down there. This is such bullshit. Oops. I gotta hook the engines. Hello. That's the port engine. That's not. Alright. Nine sixteenths? It is a 9/16. How lucky are we? Almost done. Everybody's moving to ADA Cardano. John's at the race. All right. Now I got hook up both the engines electrically, and I think I'm about done. We've tied that up. That's done. That's not going anywhere. Fuses are all connected. That's all connected. Everything that we disconnected is now reconnected. Nothing is touching anything that's hot or can be hot. This needs to go. I don't even want that. I need some new valve covers for this thing. These valve covers are nasty as fuck. That's all looking like it should be. These caps suck. That cap's firm. Why is this one so loose? I don't know if there's a way to tighten that. Here's my 3/8 wrench. It's wrench. Where'd you go? It's not 3/8. So it's 5/16. See, it's finding stuff like this that drives me apeshit. This distributor cap's loose. And all it took was a couple turns.
A loose distributor cap can cause an explosion. I've already been through that once. A loose distributor cap can cause an explosion. Alright, that cap is on there firmly now. Do one more turn on this one. There you go. That's on there firm. Let's test this one. This one feels firm, but I'm going to see if I can put some tightening on it. That one's on there. I think that's all good. Alright, let's put these wires where they need to go. Alright. Really?
That. Anybody still here? All right. Let's start it. Yeah, we're going to in a little bit. I got to put some coolant on it, or in it. Drain out some Gatorade. Wash out the Gatorade bottle. That's a special kind of Gatorade there. Putting this in the Gatorade bottle makes it much easier to pour. All right, so that's halfway. Let's find the Sharpie. We're going to mark our cold level. Mark that with a C. C is for cookie. That's our cold level. It's also for Charles, but I knew he was going to say that. All right. Yes, Kelly is a guy. Get permanent, Dave. What? I'll fill this one up. shit. We got a bad radiator cap. We've got a bad radiator cap. See it dripping? Alright, let's call O'Reilly's. Who am I speaking with?
Sir?
Who is this?
Sorry about the noise on the
Yeah, this is David at Alden Transport Marine. Have you got somebody who can deliver to me right now?
let me check.
I need 2 radiator caps. See if you can look this part number up. It's a 16-pound cap. And it's got a 459-2098 on the top of it.
What's that number again? Sorry.
The number on the cap is 459-2098. And it shows to be a 16-pound radiator cap. Okay. Have you got 2 of those?
Unfortunately, we only have one.
I only have 1. Do you have a similar one with like a lever lock?
The store over there by DMV at the airport, they currently have one.
Okay. I'll tell you what.
Go ask if we
Go ahead.
uh,
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, we just go ask if we have, we're able to deliver today. We're a little short.
Okay. Pull that part that you have there out. Call the airline store or airport store. I'm gonna have James run by and pick it up. What's my price on it?
So, what's your company again?
Alden, ALDEN Transport Marine, or Phoenix Marine Solutions. We've got an account there as well under Phoenix Marine Solutions.
It's going to be $5.99.
All right, you pull that. I'm gonna call James. Have him come get it right now.
Yeah.
Thank you. You too.
Yeah.
Any chance you could run by Riley's and pick up a radiator cap?
A radiator cap.
Yeah, I filled up the coolant bottle, and immediately it started leaking out the cap. But it also there was some streaking down the front face of it, which is definitely an indication that this thing's been leaking. It's supposed to hold 16 psi. It didn't hold gravity.
What, can you send me a picture of the cap?
They already pulled it. I already called them.
Okay, I got you.
So
Did you get antifreeze already?
I already got antifreeze. Sharon dropped that off. Right now I just need this cap so I can wrap it up. Everything's done. I'm gonna pull it out and put water to it.
Give me just a few minutes. We run by there and get it over there.
All right, thank you. Bye. Awesome. Alrighty, well, that's going to delay some of this. So I'm going to start cleaning up. And getting stuff out of the boat. Oh, I gotta put the water fitting back on. One thing I forgot. Actually, two things I forgot. Now it's time to get everything that I took out. Hopefully that lands on the table. But I know it didn't. What's that say? No brand name? These in here. Those in here, so I'm doing some fuel connectors. Lunch. This is easy. I'm gonna throw this. But I'll drop it. Oops. Should have kept a couple of zip ties. Got a few more things to tighten up. Tighten that up. No, it did not land in the OJ Bronco.
$13 each. All right, I gotta run in the back shop and get a hose clamp for this fuel line that doesn't have a freaking hose clamp on it. Imagine that. I gotta clean this bilge area up. That's really just shitty. Need to hit this puppy with the pressure washer. No doubt. No doubt. These things need to fly. They don't need to be in here. Spray this whole thing down. I'm gonna get some new valve covers for this thing. These valve covers are like shit. The only problem I think is I have to remove the exhaust manifold to get the valve covers off. Maybe. That looks a little sketch. Clean this block up. Get these fuel lines under control. Line those up a little bit of love. But it's 100% better. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get the zip ties that I threw over before finishing what I needed to do.
Ouch! I keep finding that damn zip. Now I can keep beer in the fridge. Oh, it's so good. So good when it hits the lips. On my way. Come on. If you're in the area, come on. We're putting this boat in the water tomorrow. One way or the other, this is going in the water tomorrow. Or I'll take the amberjack. Would Morgan be too tempted by the beer? No, she's gone out with us several times and she gets a non-alcoholic drink and James and I will have a drink. So, not at any time have we... And we've asked her, and she's cool with it. You know, she and I were barbecuing out in the backyard. We both shared a beer, no big deal. She was fine. What did I miss while I was walking around? Just ordered Chipotle. What? Maybe you can just hit them with some the valve covers. Yeah. I'm not a fan of chrome at all. Of course, these have to be low profile so that they'll clear the risers. I mean, you see that there's not a whole lot of room between a valve cover and the riser. If these were tube top headers or something, yeah, it might be easier, but it's not. But you see, chrome is an insulation on steel and it holds heat in. And I would rather have aluminum, one, so it doesn't rust and corrode. But again, your oil would hit this, and if it was aluminum, it would dissipate heat, and they would act as a passive oil cooler. So I'd be much happier with aluminum valve covers. Let's see who's dinging me. Ding. Oh, price alert. Ethereum is going down. Hell yeah. I need to buy some. But I tell you what, I'm putting everything into... Matic's down 14%. What? Damn, what did I buy it at? Zen is up 17%. That would be a good one to have right now because you could take the 17% off the top that you just made and then buy something that's down 17 or 15%. You go to losers and you look at like Zilica's down 12%. Let's see, some of them are dropping even more than that. Yeah, see, Polygon Matic, which is when I bought. So you buy the one that's high, or if you own the one that's high at 17%, and you've got like Polygon Matic, which is down 15%, take 15% out of what you've got on the other one, add another percent for your trade fee, and trade from one to the other. Then when this one goes back up, you've got cream on the crop there, boom. and you start making some money going back and forth, and that's how you just make that money. And if you got time to do this, I mean, there's easy ways to make money. And I'm doing this on Coinbase Pro. My other one is Uphold. Uphold, where we at? We're climbing. Cardano's coming up. Maker's up 1.62%. Doge is in the toilet. I told my brother, get out of that shit. Doesn't do anything. Steve Shirrup. Tim Kennedy. All right, get that done. All right, get this hose clamp done. All right, that's done. Now zippy ties. Forgot these fuel lines are all over the place. Look at this. They're just bouncing, you know, right here to hit shit. There we go. And it doesn't have to be tight. We're just tidying up. Any questions? What was the question? Randy, if you're in Tennessee, it's what, 8 hours? You can be here by the morning. No, these are a Chevy Stroker made by BluePrint engines. No. In fact, this boat had a half and half life for salt water and fresh water. Hold on, I gotta take a beer break. I think I need to start some ratio. For every 2 zip ties I do, I need to drink a beer. Does that sound like a good ratio? I wish I had some shorter zip ties, but I gave them all to Morgan for her trip.
see.
I sure wish the Scarab had this much room to work in. That would make that boat easy. One more. So, the wire right here. Yeah, I think tomorrow's gonna be a freshwater lake day. So I'm gonna go float and hang out in the water. Guys and gals, I think I'm done with these. That oil is super clean. We're not changing that. Oh, I stabbed that hole from that far away. Sickness. I just gotta wait for that cap. Put that on. I think we can pull this thing outside and get ready for James. What do y'all think? Do not need that. That. Uh-oh. Knife fell. Alright, let's take this down. Alright, I might just let's unplug this. All right. Sorry for the bobbling around. I'm climbing out of the boat. I'm trying not to squash my balls. All right. So I'm going to turn this around so you don't have to look at my ass. Move this ladder over. View. I'll move this in a second as soon as I get the boat out. And you see, the rubber rail only has like an inch of clearance on either side. That was me. I just did that. Yeah. Actually, that angle sucks. All right. Nice pumpkin on that ram. I know, right? James needs to hurry to fuck up. We want to hear this bitch run. Michael, we're watching. I've been fixing a bunch of wiring on the boat. A little bit of history on this boat. It belongs to a friend of mine, Jim, out of Rhode Island, and he bought it last year. Had all sorts of problems with it. Had a local company there pull the 350s out and put the 383 BluePrint racing engines. Or BluePrint Racing, they build a bunch of really badass engines. They also do marine engines and truck swaps and all sorts of stuff. So he put 2 of those BluePrint engines in. The shop there sold him on, going to the 383 and then, of course, adding more power. And with the more power, the 383, you had to go with the standalone fuel injection, which I'm a huge fan of the Holley system. It's literally one of the simplest, easiest to use. I'm not a fan of this round bottom configuration because the boat's not going to track as good as it would if it had a true V on the bottom or a pad. But what it will do is when it starts getting some aerodynamic lift at high speed, it'll want to chine walk a little bit. So we'll see how that happens tomorrow. I'm fired up about this. My buddy Jim, the week before I came and picked the boat up, or actually James went up to go get this boat, but the week before we picked it up, he hit rocks with the lower units. So this boat has 2 brand new lower units that have never been in the water. And the props have got a pretty good rake on them too, so it ought to lift the bow up pretty high. When I get this boat at the ramp, I'm going to modify the bunks and get this trailer situated. It's another reason I want to get this boat in the water, so I can level out these bunks and make this thing sit on the trailer the way it should. It sits way too high on the trailer. The bunks are just stupid. I hate these Venture trailers. They're absolute pieces of shit. It's crazy. They use different beams at different locations in the trailer. It's mind-numbing how stupid their trailer design is. Oh, we got a nice little cardinal checking us out. Shame your football team sucks. Yeah, I'm talking to you, bird. Yep, bye-bye. So we got the boat 8 months ago with the intention of selling it, but I have been so busy that I have not had the chance until now to redo all the wiring. So this boat is for sale with the trailer, with 2 brand new engines, with 2 brand new drives. I will custom tune the Holley systems tomorrow. Once it's in the water, I'll probably tweak them a little bit today to get the idle and all that right. But if you want a badass boat with a lot of room, this is a phenomenal boat. It really is. And I will make somebody a killer deal on it for sure. Let's check out some of your comments here. Yeah, California is so fucked up, I don't know what they're gonna do. People are fleeing that state like en masse, and it's just nuts. Yeah, Justin, is that the numbers that you got from the BluePrint racing engine? Is that right? The 383s Yeah, these are the marine engines. 405, 450 pound-feet of torque. Yeah, 9.5 to 1. Yeah, and that's with a carburetor. We're fuel injection, so I'm thinking our torque's going to be a little higher. I can't wait to get this boat in the water. I'm really, really excited about it. Jenna, you know, I'm just catching up on the comments. It's nice to have this bay back. Because as you can tell, we're full with everything else. I still haven't put the drive shaft back in my Eddie Bauer Bronco from the time that I drove all the way down to Florida to give Morgan my drive shaft out of this truck. I had suggested that we make a video on how to change U-joints. I have a press. I have everything we need. I bought all new yokes. I haven't bought the U-joints yet, so it's probably my fault. But you know, we'll make a video soon on how to change U-joints. I mean, there's no reason why we can't, right? I certainly don't think there is. This trailer is so wonky. I look at it and it just makes me angry because it could be so much more. It really could. Let's see some of these other comments. Let me see if I can get it. Gary, we're going to have a good Memorial Day because I'm going to observe it for what it is. It's not about the barbecue. It's about honoring the soldiers that gave their life for our country. You know, for my freedom. Thank you, Gary. If you're not here, I hope if you watch us, you know we love you, man. Thanks. Hurry the fuck up, James. We want to start it. I know, right? It's beer 20. That's right. Small block 383s were used for drag racing. 400 small block 2. .383 is a Ratter Beast. Actually, the 383 combination has been used by Mercury Racing, Mercruiser, and all that for a long time to get the torque that you need. A lot of boats need just a little bit more torque. You know, so they put that stroker crank in the small bore block to get that torque down low. And the beauty of it is that, like in some of the smaller fountains and the smaller cigarette boats where a pair of big blocks wouldn't fit back in the day, you know, they would put the 383s in it, and that would give them just the torque that they needed, but still be able to run some of the RPM. Now today, a boat like that, you know, a 32 footer, like I've got a 32 foot fountain in the back. Now that boat, the big blocks did actually fit, but let's say you got a 28 foot. Like this is a 28 foot. A 28 foot with twin small blocks. Can you imagine this boat? This is going to probably go 60, 65. It might go 70. We'll see what the tuning will allow. But a boat like this, you know, that's pretty good speed. That's rolling. Here comes James. There's the Porsche. So we might be good to go very soon. Where is James? Yeah, the props do turn opposite directions. Okay, the reason for that is it offsets the steering torque. You have a tie bar inside the boat. These are cable steering. They're not power steering. Well, it has power steering and power assist. But what it is you have this propeller is turning out, which gives the boat stability. You see, this propeller is turning out. So as the blade is going out, it rights the boat in that direction. This propeller over here is turning this direction, so its leverage is to push the boat this way. So if you've got them both going like this, turning out, your leverage is to keep the boat centered. On a lot of racing applications, the propellers will turn in. As you can see, water would be splitting from the center line, escaping outward. Well, the blade's trying to catch that and leverage it to the left. On a racing application, you would turn the propellers inward. Now, it makes it a little more tricky for docking, but what it does is it gives you a lot of transom lift and lifts the boat out of the water. It's a little bit more flighty to drive a boat like that, but they're usually 3 to 4 mile an hour faster. Oh yeah, we'll check all of that stuff. Lower units, all that stuff. Amen. Amen, Pamela. Absolutely. We cooking with grease now. What? Don't put James on the video, right? I will sell this boat tomorrow for 30 grand. This boat's worth every bit of 45, but I like to move it fast. My buddy Jim bought another boat, so I'm entertaining offers in that range. He still has a note on this boat, so he's paying a note on 2 boats. So realistically, he's got about a month to sell it. I need to move it for about 30 grand. He's put that much into the engines alone, having all that work done, and the fuel. If you Google what the Holly Sniper system costs, they're a couple grand a piece, and plus 2 lower units on this boat. Those are close to $1,500 a piece. He's put some serious money into this. Plus, he's paying me to redo all the work, so that's going to cost him a few grand as well. But yeah, it's a stout setup. It's going to be reliable. It's got a refrigerator. It's got an inverter system with so you can plug in a regular 110 outlet. It has 2 of those. It's got a potty on board. It's got an onboard waste system. It's not just a potty, a empty toilet. It's a bow rider. It has 2 big bimini tops as well, so you don't have to be in the sun all the time. This is an outstanding package. This is a really, really good boat. This is a boat that you could go down to the Florida Keys in. You could run all up and down. You could go run it all over a lake. You could tow the shit out of somebody behind it. It's a great all-around boat. It's one of its perfect size. Justin, if you bought the boat, I'd hook you up with a really good deal. I would take a couple thousand off that 30 grand mark. I know, right? What the fuck is James doing? Who knows? Seriously, if anybody from this chat is interested in this boat, hit me up. Somebody post up my Instagram, get in touch with me, 713-817-7571. Send me a text message, say I want that boat. I'll make a deal for you. Seriously, I'll take a few grand off of it. In fact, I'll waive my fee on what it cost me to do all the wiring. And yeah, I'll tell you right now, if anybody here wants to buy this boat, I'll sell it for $27,000. How's that? I'll take $3,000 off his asking price, and I'll do my labor for free. Anybody here wants to buy this boat? Yep, that's it. How you doing? All right, let me get this thing loaded up. What? Yeah.
Hi. Yay!
engine doesn't, if I turn the fuel pump on, the starboard engine doesn't sound like it's loading up on fuel. But the pump runs. So I'm gonna see if it'll fire up on.
sounded good.
Oh, I know, right?
How you doing, Jack? I'm not going to hold you up. I was coming out of big season. All right. Yeah, both of them engine running a while ago. Just one?
Yeah, that was fun.
Wow. I'll switch it. You want to switch it? I'm good. I'm all right, bro. I mean, if you want to switch, I'll switch it. Oh, man. Hey, okay? Oh. I like the rims you got on this ambulance over here too. Oh, that's the one. Y'all have some serious stuff out there. That's a Volvo? Yeah, I'll drive off. Yeah. Huh? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm gonna go ahead and get on up the way then. Oh, no, you working. I just wanted to pick it up on the spot. Oh, okay. Yeah. I'll come back like Oh, you said yeah. I told my partner from the truck, once you got one light.
Cracker Boy Boat Works is in the house. That's it. Yeah, James is signal. Did y'all like the way that thing sounds? No, what I think his issue is fuel pumps running backwards. I'm gonna check it in a minute. These are your inspectors. Yeah, a great guy. His son, he bought a Charger SRT8 for his son. He was in the, I think Navy, he said he was. And his son never came back. So I met him at the dealership where I was getting my oil changed. We sat down and had a long talk, and his son made the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom. So it was kind of a blessing to see him stop by the shop today. And he's not sure what he's going to do with the Charger. Well, I got one up, but I'm gonna. Yeah, I'll see him again. No, it's not starter fluid. I think when I fire up the fuel pump on the port side engine, the left side engine, you can hear the fuel pump load up. Yeah, Gold Star Dead. That's it. When I've turned the key for the starboard engine, the pump just runs. It's not like it's not loading up at all, and it shows that I have just over a quarter tank of fuel. Now, of course, that fuel's 8 months old, but you heard the other engine fires up easily. So I need to get the test light out and put it onto the starter and see if that's gonna fire it up.
James, have you seen that test light?
It was over there on the other end of the tape you were standing at yesterday.
What the hell did I do with it? I know I saw it.
You wrapped it up, said this thing's going right for box, set it back down on the ball.
You mean you didn't take it and put it back?
I didn't think about it.
All right. I guess it's safe to say I can throw away this engine mount that Morgan left us. I think that was the one where the two wires were out. I don't know if I wired it backwards. I'm just spinning the pump back. I'm not sure. Pump kicks on, but it doesn't load up. The other one loads right up. So I'm wondering if the pump is spinning back. So I need to test to see which side of the pump is getting positive. I can need your help in the boat holding it while I turn the key. That's fine. Whatever you gotta do. Your cap is sitting over here, John. Okay. I'll figure you take more. Yeah, that sure was. I probably still need some more. I'm trying to find that damn thing.
Huh?
Trying to find that test light. You sure you didn't go put it away?
Yeah, you sure you don't want the meter? We can just see if it's positive or negative DC on which side.
Oh, my.
I don't either.
Huh?
They seem to think I'm not here.
Hey guys, I'm gonna kill this video. We've pulled the fuel line off of the starboard side pump, and it is not priming. The fuel tank indicates that it's got just over a quarter tank of fuel, but I'm not going to trust that. I mean, obviously the port side motor fired up, but maybe the fuel pump was primed. So I'm gonna go get some fuel, top off the so we got a good head pressure to the pump. Also got an issue where the Holley Sniper fuel injection system is not coming out of one of the menus. So I'll be back in a little bit, and yeah, I appreciate it. I'm not giving up. I want this bitch to be in the water tomorrow. Check the tire pressure, the boat should fire right up. Yeah, right? Isn't that the truth? I'm only gonna go block away, so I'm just gonna kill the video, and I'll start it back up a little bit later if we get it all running. Anyway, thanks everybody for stopping in today. I really, really appreciate it. Oh no, I'm never giving up. I don't give up at all. Not at all. So y'all have a blessed day, and don't forget the reason for the weekend, y'all. Yeah, I'm trying to go have fun, but there's a lot of people that gave up their freedom and their life and everything else and a lot more so that we could have the freedom to go do these things. So y'all have a blessed day, and keep that in mind. God bless America.